Yeah, you're right. If it was an intentional thing, there would be a countdown. Quest. This was a I usually don't do a countdown. I don't particularly like them from like watching a stream perspective. It's kind of like, okay, well, the stream started and now I don't know, I have to wait 5 to 10 minutes for the stream to start again. Um this was very much I had a very last second thing that I just had to deal with for a minute or two. Um, but we're live now. I'll try to remember to cut that off the stream recording later. More suspense without it. When is the stream gonna start? When? I don't know. Anytime. Anytime. That's it. That's the goal. Creating suspense. The Bevy 15 game is doing pretty good in terms of like the removal of I don't know if I okay, yeah. I've been cleaning everything and updating and whatever, so that'll take a second. But with the addition of Skein, we have removed the entirety of our like previous horrid Blender serialization approach, which is great. Move this over a little bit, which is great because now this is basically just like the level spawns and then we like spawn the player character in the level. Got the goal material, the Uber material, camera. So there's an interesting thing. Actually, since everybody's here and I've been talking about Skein so much over the last month, there's an issue with Skein. Well, not with Skein, with Bevy's RC currently. Bevy's current RC. I don't have the issue up. Bevy's current RC, so RC4, has an issue with Bevy log. So there was a change in RC4, yada yada. Probably irrelevant since it's being reverted. But basically you end up with like not being able to use tracing syntax. So if you compile Skein on RC4, Bevy log prevents it from compiling effectively. The solution to this is maybe they've already created the issue. That would be really fast if they did create the issue. No, they didn't. Basically to specify all of the Bevy RC3 versions for all the crates, which is really annoying from a utility perspective. But the extension also doesn't seem to be passing the review. Let me show only things that have been published. I've gone through a couple of different back and forths here with the extensions people. And it looks like the options are either remove an HTTP request from the extension, or don't be on the extensions platform. I think we're at the point now where they like literally aren't even downloading it to test it. They're just looking at the code going, this has XYZ, and therefore we won't accept it. So it's really unclear to me. The terms of service say you can make HTTP requests, but the reviewer seems to think that that's not true. So that's really unfortunate. Luckily, nope, this isn't what I want. This isn't what I want. Is this what I want? No, do I have to go to the actual docs? Developer docs is going to send me to the Python stuff. No. There's a website that I have to get to. Let's see. No, I don't want to go back to the extensions platform. Canned responses. That makes sense. It makes sense that they are just copy and pasting to give feedback. That makes so much more sense. This documentation is not doing me any good. Maybe go to add-ons. The Python docs. Where's creating extensions, compatible licenses, creating a repository, okay, so creating a repository. All of this to say, we can probably just host it on the Bevy Skein site. I think what this requires then is that, oh, the game ran. It was, of course, running in development mode, but yeah, anyway, all that to say that the only difference, I think, is if we go to edit, preferences, and you go to extensions, I think you would have to add it here. So there's going to be like a go to the repositories, hit the plus button, add a remote repository, paste the URL, decide whether to check for updates. And then I think it should show up here. And this is just like a JSON file host. So I think we're going to go that direction. Because the alternative is basically like trying to adhere to extensions platform guidelines when they are self-inconsistent. The terms of service and what I'm seeing from the actual review process are different, which is unfortunate. Yeah, so let's get rid of all of this stuff, I think. Floppy Corgi is a Monday thing, so we won't be doing that. Sneak preview at what might end up being the... I don't know why that happens. That happens every time. I don't understand why I can't click on images on the Bevy site. Anyway, I created this using Skein, using the new forward decals in 0.16. So the left-hand side up here, the graffiti is obviously a decal. The yellow arrow that everyone likes to, make fun of and harp on, is a decal. There's footsteps down here that are decals. I think that to properly merge the feet with the ground, you would need a custom material, which I decided to not do for this example. And then the dirt on the walls is also decals. So all of this dirt on the ground is decals, which is cool because decals mean you can actually add a whole bunch of actual detail into scenes without needing to embed it into the texture. So you can see how basically every wall in this demo is the same, like color mapped, like grayscale kind of vibe. But the top walls don't have dirt because they don't have decals applied to them. I think decals are just planes. So that stuff is extremely cool. Let's see, Bevy 15 game. This is the Skein docs. This is Bevy stuff. This is yet another Chrome window. Sorry, I didn't get to clean up my desktop before I started stream, so there's just a ton of stuff. Oh, right. I meant to tell them that this was published. I can never get that right. That's not a root level URL, is it? Something went wrong. Is crates.io down? The website, at least? Is my internet down? Y'all can still hear me, right? Talking to the ether over here. Is my laptop internet not connected? Did I nudge a cable? Site must be down. Okay, cool. At least the stream is still up. I think it's going to be the laptop. Nope, that was local. Local seems to have worked. I just disconnected my NAS by hitting that cable. Let's try, I don't know, a search for Bevy. No internet. There we go. So it is my laptop, I guess. Okay, there we go. There we go. You got your Scheme project running. Thanks for help on this one. Oh, cool. You are the, I forget what the username was, but you're the person that was just asking. Sweet. It points to a stream from 7 months ago. Oh no. I guess I can't fix that now. Shoot. I guess I should point it to the channel, right? And not the stream. I'll have to remember to do that. I'll make a note on my stream notes over here on the side, assuming that I actually opened them today. Yeah, let's crack this open. And then update Discord, YouTube stream link. It's nice to have things that, you know, point to actual things that are happening instead of things that happened 7 months ago. Okay. Compilation issues. Yeah, perfect. Now I've seen your name in 3 places. Oh, you're using the Bevy CLI? Sweet. That's awesome. I feel like I don't know a lot of people using the Bevy CLI at the moment. So in your interpretation, Bevy uses the wrong trace macros. The issue here is that the tracing macros were replaced with the log macros, and the log macros don't support all the same features that tracing does. But tracing is considered the like de facto logging framework for Bevy. To whatchamacallit. The reason this affects Skein is due to, yeah, somewhat. The GitHub issue for this is the Bevy issue. So the Bevy issue is here and has a PR ready to go. So the issue is that effectively, yeah, it's not intentional, actually. It was unintentional. So the replacement was thought to be feature compatible. And the replacement was originally done as part of the no standard work. So to make things work better by default on no standard, which is cool and I like a lot, there was a replacement of the tracing macros with the log macros. Those are two crates for anybody that doesn't know, tracing and log. The reasoning being that log supports like no atomics, we'll call it. Not to get too deep into it, but basically log currently today has better support for no standard than tracing does, but tracing is also on track to support no standard. So they made the flip for 0.16. That caused this issue unintentionally. So this is an undesired effect, according to Cart in this comment. And tracing, like the Tokyo PRs for portable atomics already got merged. So we're basically just waiting for it, which will probably happen 0.17. So in the meantime, we're reverting back to tracing. It's not a custom Bevy implementation, actually. And quite often in the Rust ecosystem, most logging implementations are not custom. They are typically using tracing. If they're not using tracing, they're probably using log. There's a couple other like crates and stuff, but it's pretty safe to say that they're probably using tracing. If they're not using tracing, then they might be using log. Tracing is a fantastic library. This is under the Tokyo umbrella of projects. But yeah, so anyway, the TLDR is that there's a debug sigil here that you can use. And basically what this means is when you do a trace, so this is like info or like this would be trace in this example, not event. But really there's spans and events. So imagine this said trace and that this first argument didn't exist. And then you have some struct that implements debug. If you want it to format as debug when you trace it, then you can use this question mark to do that. And apparently log doesn't support this syntax. So that is the TLDR of the issue. Like they swapped tracing for log with the intention of better supporting no standard by default. That is not a long-term need. Tracing will support no standard anyway eventually. The PRs are already merged. So it's just going to be reverted. I don't know if we're going to get an RC5. If we do, it will have this change in it, most likely. If we don't get an RC5 and it's just the stable release, this fix will be in the stable release. So it's just annoying in the meantime, because dealing with all of this, you have to end up specifying like a whole bunch of crates, and there's no tooling for figuring out like exactly which crates can update. And also there's small breaking changes from version to version. So if you say the parent-child stuff just went from a tuple back to like, or from a struct back to a tuple. So instead of doing dot parent, it's now dot zero again. Or I guess you could dereference as well. And that changes RC3 to RC4 as well. So theoretically, you could just revert Bevy log. But because the RC is progressing across all crates, you have to specify so many. Do they usually make changes between the last RC and the release? The intention is not to. The only things that make it in between the last RC and the release are things that are so small as to be like trivially personally verifiable, right? If somebody put up a docs change right now that they wanted in 0.16, that would make it in, you know, like that kind of thing. No major features make it in. Once the release candidate starts, the default orientation is that no major features make it in. So since RC1, the feature set has been locked. There's the occasional like, hey, we did the release candidate. Because we did the release candidate, we realized that if we don't do this other thing, then there's a horrible user experience. And then something like that could instigate like a feature change of some kind. But that's usually like in response to user feedback. Like individual large features are not landing right now. Also, good morning, Ryan. And thank you for the PRs. Appreciate it. So, what are we doing here? So I think that I haven't made the decision yet because the feedback came back on the extensions platform like last night. Extensions platform reviewer has requested the removal of HTTP requests from the extension, which constitutes while leaving the extension functional constitutes a great reduction in user experience. It's not represented by the TOS. You keep watching for the issue to pop up that you think you can handle, hope to contribute some code and not just typo fixes eventually. Sweet. Yeah, I guess like most of the code here is Python code, so it's tough to like get that crossover, you know? People who contribute to say Bevy and people who contribute to like Python code are not always the same people. And like the vast majority, like if we look at the Rust code, there's literally one Rust file, right? Like this is the Rust file for Skein. It is 200 lines of code at this point. And you can see the tracing issue right here, the debug macro. I try to put, so what Skein does is it takes the reflection data that you've inserted in Blender and serializes it using the reflection infrastructure that Bevy has and then tries to insert it. So having all of that logging all the time probably isn't what you want. But if you're trying to debug why a component isn't getting inserted or why one doesn't seem to appear, the tracing logs are really important there. And this value, this reflected value, implements debug, and that's why we're using it. So if you ever have an issue with Skein, like, and you think it's a Skein like insertion issue, it's not creating the component correctly or something, you can just run with Rust log, and you'll be able to see that. But like the Rust code here is literally just 200 lines, right? Like at the end of the day, where is it? Like we're really just calling this API at the end of the day. I think that this could potentially be batched. These reflect values, they can be bundles, which is an interesting issue. I don't know how to handle errors if bundles fail. So the experience right now is basically like you can put a bunch of GLTF components into your file or whatever. And that comes into Bevy through the asset loader, which eventually at some point will hit this code. And what this code does is takes the GLTF extras data that you've stored in the GLTF file and turns that into this reflect value, which it then tries to insert. This function currently panics. So that's one issue. That's actually filed in the repo. That is this one, 14. Insert reflect can panic. And if we look at the code for this, you can see that eventually it calls insert reflect with registry reference. Wonderful, wonderful function name. This will panic if the component doesn't represent a type. It will panic if we couldn't insert for some reason. I actually don't know specifically what this error is. I've never visited this URL. The entity no longer exists. So, and then it will also panic for a type path that isn't registered, or a type path that doesn't have reflect component on it. For our use cases, panicking really sucks. If something goes wrong with this type information, which I can very much think of use cases where somebody exports a GLTF file. That GLTF file is somewhat old and the application updates for some reason, you know, and that GLTF file isn't re-exported. It could have old component data in it or something. And you don't always want to work with that immediately, right? You don't want to necessarily upgrade and then re-export everything. So making this a function that doesn't panic, I think is pretty important. We should be logging errors instead of panicking. And there's some explanation for like use cases and stuff here. For example, if you wanted to use Skein, right? If you wanted to say, hey, people in the world, here's a Skein registry that you can use to create like your own levels, right? Go use Blender, go use this schema, use the components we tell you to use, right? So only give them the components that you want them to be able to use. Let them create a level and then load that level into your game. You don't want that to panic, right? You want that to like log an error at worst, maybe present that as user information, you know, like, hey, you know, XYZ component is no longer valid or whatever. Which you could totally write your own validation for GLTF extras and whatever and do that kind of thing. But like, you don't want the application to crash because you loaded a level, regardless of how that level is built. So that's one issue. The other one is that we currently aren't batching this. I don't actually know if this has any kind of actual impact. Right. Insert reflect supports bundles. So we could take the like array of types, turn them into a bundle and insert that bundle. We have to make sure that we stay under the bundle limit. So I forget what the bundle limit is. It's like 12 or 14 components or something. We have to make sure that we only insert 12 at a time, if that's the case. Or we have to figure out how to nest them or whatever. Or we can do 2 insertions, whatever. It's up to the implementation, basically. But if any one of those individual components is not reflectable, what happens, right? Because we're trying to reflect that entire bundle. That entire bundle is considered one type. So if like component 3 is broken for some reason, what happens to the other 11 components? We want those to still insert, right? We want to be as functional as possible. So there's a couple of things like that, edge cases, things to research. I don't know if we should do this, but it's a possible avenue of research. But that's like it. There's BRP. You could do BRP if you wanted to. BRP is actually probably reasonably easy for you to handle as like a first PR. The thing here is that we probably always want to disable BRP on web on WASM targets, which the 0.15 version of this already does. And we probably also want to disable on release builds by default. I think the way that I've been thinking about this is that we should have like a default BRP feature. But I always forget if you can cargo profile. I always forget how features work in that sense. Because at this point, we would have a feature called something like BRP, right? And if BRP was enabled, then we could do the BRP handling and include the dependency as well, right? Because if BRP is disabled, we probably want to remove the dependency as well, ideally. That could be a default feature. And then the only thing left is like thinking about use cases. If somebody is running in release mode and they want BRP, they can enable the feature. If they're running in debug and they don't want BRP for some reason, can they disable it? You can do no default features, but can you do that on a profile profile basis, right? I know inside of the code, we can check for things like, is this being compiled with debug symbols for the config flags? So I think this is actually like a little bit more complicated. The very first PR, like the disabling WASM can be its own PR. That's really easy. Just disable BRP handling on WASM. Do that in the code. Don't even worry about the dependency or anything. Just make sure that BRP doesn't exist on WASM. And then there's the second issue of how do we actually handle like the BRP feature. And then everything else is basically either Python or documentation. I don't expect anyone to come in and like PR this, for example. This feels like something that like, if I don't do it, nobody's going to do it. This is like, when you want to create a fog volume we have Blender open somewhere, right? So like, if we want to create a fog volume and we go mesh, or not mesh, sorry, empty cube, right? Scale this 5 times. So here's our fog volume. Whatever, we put this here, we shove it over there. Like here's the fog volume. Visible fog volume has dimensions, right? Like it's 5 by 5 by 5. We can like apply scale here and whatnot. Why doesn't this show dimensions? That's interesting. So you have this empty, it's got this representation. You may or may not want that scale to be there. And like if you go in to try to put a fog volume in here, you can't. And you can't because specifically, let's get rid of this. thing over here that's running. You can't specifically because reminds me of that Monsters Inc. Because we don't support handles. Because when you think about handles, handles are Bevy concerns, right? A handle is effectively like an identifier to, let's go look at a handle. Let's look at the 016 handle. Bevy asset handle. So a handle is basically like an ID that points to, it could let in a draft. Yes. It could let in a draft. It could let in a child. I can't remember the beginning of the phrase. All I can remember is the way they said because. Handle. I'm glad somebody got that. So a handle can either be an asset ID or a strong handle. If it's an asset ID, then it's an index and a marker, a phantom marker component, or a UUID. If it's an asset index, this is like a value that, to my understanding, is Bevy runtime only identifier for an asset, which means that we cannot create this in Blender. This is uncreatable, non-constructible in Blender for us. Unless we can map it to a future index. So actually supporting handles is non-trivial, because if you look at the code here as well, you've got untyped asset handle ID, asset server managed, like things that we should not be setting at all anyway. So handles are no longer components, which is great, because now that means that you can't actually insert them by default in Blender. But like supporting handles is a huge question, right? This can be a handle to anything. So in this case, it's a handle to an image. So we specifically are talking about not just handles in general, but handles to images. So if we look at a GLTF file, which I should have one somewhere that does an image. If not, we can create one. Let's create one. Let's say there's a, get rid of this fog volume, fake fog volume. Let's get a mesh in here with a cube, right? This cube has a material on it. This material then, oh, you know what, actually? Let me just do this. One of the things that is actually pretty cool is that due to the way Skein and everything are integrated, like if I wanted this to be a soft lavender wall, this is the Bevy, or not the Bevy, sorry, the Blender, I forget the name of this extension. The Blender kit, sorry, the Blender kit extension has extra like materials and stuff. So here's a cube, right? We've got a light, a camera, a cube with this material on it. I'm gonna bump this light so that it actually shows on the cube, and then we'll export this. And I'm gonna export this as the separate GLTF. This is in our Skein plane test. I'm gonna name this. This is no longer just a camera. This is material handle image test. And I am going to, I think, just dump this in here. So I should have this directory open somewhere. I think I might have closed it, actually. Bevy. Okay, I closed it. Of course I closed it. Why would I, of my millions of desktops, keep something open? Oh, it is open. I just didn't have the terminal open. Okay, let's make this big. Let's make this big. Let's go look at, this is our GLTF, right? This is the images that are used. So the images exist somewhere in some way, right? If we look at the materials, if I find the right part of the GLTF, the images in this, so the material is going to reference the images. This materials, PBR stuff, whatever, text coord, this is the important part, right? Metallic roughness texture, base color texture, these are all the standard material fields, right? Base color texture, metallic factor, et cetera, right? Whether it's double-sided or not, the name, the normal texture, things like that. So we end up with this textures array and we end up with this images array. So we have access to images in general. We know these are going to be loaded at some point. We currently in Skein do not do any kind of special handling like this. Theoretically, we could have, I believe we could have, because the way Skein works is effectively, you can think of it as like an on-add observer for the components that you insert in Blender. So the on-add observer, if you are inserting these components onto entities, then those images must have handle IDs already, right? If you're inserting a mesh material 3D component, that handle has to exist. So there's open questions around how you would create one of those in the first place. But the idea that we can get like things into Bevy as handles is true, right? We're absolute worst case scenario. If you attach a material to a cube in another scene, you can access the handle to any of these images. It may not be obvious how to do that if you're not familiar with Bevy stuff, but you can get handles to these images. So the question then is like, how do you get that handle when you're doing the insertion? And there's, how do you like decide that you're going to do that, right? And remember that this is just for handle image. There's also handles to other things. So can we support arbitrary handles? Probably not. Maybe if we can do it through the asset server. But yeah, a lot of open questions there around that fog volume stuff and around handles specifically. That said, I think if I just ran this would just work. What's the copy relative path? Hopefully it didn't break with the, let's go main.rs. Make this a little smaller because I'm being messy right now. Cargo run. This should just work. We have all the dependencies already, so I don't need to modify anything. And then in this case, we don't have the JPEG image feature enabled. So if I do that, do I break everything? That's the question, isn't it? Question is, if I do this JPEG, I think JPEG is all we need. Does this cause a re-download? Can I require it to do offline? I'm doing offline because of the RC4 issue that we talked about earlier in the stream. So I don't want it to go try to update anything. And I want to try to ensure that it's not going to, that it's only going to build with local stuff. Can't you get the GLTF handle and get the other handles out of the box? Yes, absolutely. But how do you define what the reference is for that? Right. I think it's not that it's impossible. It's that we don't currently do it. And we have to encode specific support for getting that. So there is some Rust code to write. There's Python user experience, right? How do you select an image that you're going to use? Which should be pretty easy. I think that's just like, then a handle to an image is just a pointer property to an image inside of Blender. Is that enough of a reference to make the GLTF file include the image? Probably not, actually, when I think about it, right? So that leads to like, is there going to be some custom export logic? Every piece of custom export logic or custom import logic that we add is a risk, right? So the ability to specify a handle to an image has to be weighed against the probability of that breaking in the future. Because right now, one of the really nice things about Skein is that it completely relies on the reflection information and the BRP response. And communicates back through GLTF. So we don't have to do anything but construct the data in the GLTF correctly. As long as we construct the data in the GLTF correctly, this should work with any Bevy version. Like theoretically, this can be backported to 0.14. Like if somebody that was using BlendV was like, I really need a 0.14 solution before I can upgrade, we could theoretically backport to 0.14, let them port their Blender stuff to Skein, and then let them upgrade through 15 and through 16. Nobody's asked for that, so I haven't done it. But so here's our cube with the material on it. Obviously, the material needs some like scaling and whatnot. It's kind of a weird material to put on this, but like, so the point being that children, entity, children, cube, children, cube, mesh material, 3D standard material, base color texture here. So we have the handle there. We have to, you know, we rendered it alongside some other things, right? This base color texture is a handle. And you can specify things like the UV channel, which is kind of cool. But yeah, so getting images at all into Bevy, easy. Just use it. Use it in a material. Supporting arbitrary image handles requires some thought. This is really cool though. This is one of the things that I used to have issues with this in BlendV, and I haven't checked, but I think due to the custom export they used, that this was an issue. So let's see, we can drag this in. This is, I don't know, not looking great, let's say. Maybe we do the material documentation. Let's go to shading. This is probably a tough one to actually shade, isn't it? Where's my... Where are my nodes? Where do my nodes be? I have no idea why I can't see any of the nodes. I need to use nodes. I mean, like it was enabled before. Yeah, I like the you know, like it's weird. Hello again. How's it going? The video demo was great, by the way. I know I commented and you already saw it, but figured I would say it again. Does this not have nodes? We do a different one, maybe? You know what's really confusing is that I've done this. I have like explicitly done this. Let me make sure the scale is not. Are we in edit mode? Is that the issue? No. I don't think I could tell you. I don't know. Let's try something else maybe. Like this brick floor. I feel like this should be showing and isn't showing nodes for some reason. Because like the principled BSDF has to be here, right? It's somewhere in there, just not in view. Oh, you think it's like... Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay. What a weird... Why was that so... Okay, well, anyway. User error, we'll call it. Maybe it was because of the zoom level. Shrug. So here's our principal BSDF anyway. Let's save this then. And not save this. Let's export this quickly. Because what I wanted to show was... Move this all the way over here. So here's the, you know, brick and whatever. We've got our directional light. We've got a spotlight or a point light that isn't really reaching the cube, but shows off a little bit of the normals. So I think I didn't click point light. We don't have the point light. Let me click the point light. Export, include. So we've got cameras. We want punctual lights as well, which includes the point light. And now when we run, this is lit properly. Turns out if you don't have lights, it doesn't get lit properly. But you can see this really nice, like, it's got the normal maps, it's got the displacement, it's got, you know, like, it looks like a brick wall. But maybe like a 1x1 cube shouldn't have 12 rows, right? So if we go in here, I should be able to, and I'll probably have to do this for all of the nodes, but should be able to grab, I think, the UV map, and then, why isn't it letting me add a new, let's see, output converter? Anyway, let me find mapping. Mapping is what I want. So we're going to drag the UV into the vector. And I don't think we need from instancer. Maybe we do. We can drag this into here, And if we scale this, you can see it's having an effect, right? So let's scale this to like, I don't know, 3. And you'll notice that the textures are really not like, you know, they're not lining up. We've now moved one of the textures away from everything else. So we do need to drag this into everything. Anything that we have that is a, move this down so I can access it. Everything that we have that is a texture that is responding to the UVs then needs to be modified. So actually what I wanted was not 3, I wanted 1/3. And now we have bricks that are like reasonably sized for a 1x1 cube. Right. So this kind of thing is just, this is just really nice. You're using Skein in a private project at the moment. It's been quite nice, especially being able to attach components directly in the mesh tab. Yeah. I'm glad you're finding it useful. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yeah, that's all I have to say, really. I'm really happy that you're finding it useful. But yeah, this is just like so much nicer. And if I wanted to do displacement on this texture, I would just need to add the component and use the hook and be done with it, you know, apply the custom material. One of the things that I want to do actually is, let's get rid of this. Let's go to modeling. One of the things that I need to set up is a hotkey for export. And I don't know what key to use. And whatever I use is probably going to end up being used by like a bunch of people because I'm going to put it in the docs. So there's this key map, right? And you can create your own key map here. But export isn't on the list. Yes, a hotkey. So if I assign shortcut and I hit, I don't want to hit the number 1. What do I want to hit? What does FNE do? FNE does nothing. Let's make it FNE. So assign shortcut. Okay, well, that was unfortunate. Now I can hit E, enter, right? There's an export. There's an export. This is, I can't hit enter until I, like, it's takes so long to load. And it doesn't always put the focus on the export button. You can't even tell where the focus is on a keyboard. Oh, that's really awful, actually. Okay, well, that's unfortunate. I do think export all collections is a better export system. But you can't do a scene exporter. Right? Like collection exporters, as far as I can tell, don't include scenes. That's really annoying. Well, whatever E did in Blender is now broken because it doesn't do anything, and I didn't check it. It's really unfortunate. There's no like quick export. I think I've looked for this before. Quick export Blender. Like there's a bunch of people who have done things like this. Export the active collections collection if it has exporters. Okay, well, that's just a collection exporter. Add Blender to this search. That's a YouTube video I can't watch on stream. Where's Blender? Here's Blender. Scene. Scene doesn't have exporters though. Which is confusing to me. Right? Is that confusing to anybody else, or am I just am I alone in my confusion? Like if we go to collection, collection has exporters. So if I put everything inside of this collection, I can export that. I feel like most people are going to start off with just an entire GLTF export, which is kind of painful. E-extrude, not important. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, where's extrude? Did it like extrude and move? Okay, so I think we're good. I think extrude in object mode doesn't do anything. Right, if I go into edit mode and I extrude, that's the weirdest behavior for extrude. I don't know what it should be, but we can extrude. We're good. Extrusion not broken. Thanks for bringing that up though. Yeah, one of the other things about not submitting to the extensions platform and doing it manually is that we can do whatever we want in the UI. So the extensions platform seems restrictive in certain ways, but we don't have to follow any of their rules if we don't distribute on their platform. So we can put UI anywhere. We can modify any menu, etc., etc. Like they do. BlenderKit does the ability to upload inside of BlenderKit. I don't think BlenderKit is on the extensions platform. Yeah, BlenderKit isn't here. So I guess we could set up like a good default and let people bind it. there's so much configuration here, right? And we have to mirror this configuration for the quick export. New here, does Bevy understand principal BSDF when exported to GLTF? Yes, absolutely. I actually have a demo of that right here. This is the BSDF material from Blender. This is just some brick. This is some random brick, actually, that I imported after some of my own user error. We did find the nodes in the shading area. So it not only does principal BSDF, but you can actually include factors, is what they call them. So if you look at the GLTF for this file, or for this export, this should be, I already forgot what I was looking for. Factors. So they have texture transform, offset, scale, right? This is our scale for scaling those UVs. So there's a couple of things like this that are extensions that GLTF has more or less ratified, is my understanding, that work. This is the repo that has them all in it. My hand itchy. Texture transform, but there's also a bunch of other things here. I think there's a list of these somewhere. I should make a video on GLTF and get in this list. All presentations and articles on GLTF. Extensions. I'm looking for the extensions specifically, which I know is just that registry. Anyway, let's just click into the folder. Here we go. So like lights punctual is a great example. Lights are defined in Blender to be exported. So in this particular scene, we have a point light here and nothing else. So if we export to GLTF, we can click include punctual lights, and that is the KHR punctual lights extension. That is understood by GLTF and thus also understood by Bevy. So really, if it's understood by the official GLTF exporter, you can generally consider it supported by Bevy. Same thing for cameras. I've done tangents. Tangents also works. You need tangents for forward decals. Yeah. I haven't actually tried compression, but, or changing some of this other stuff. But that's kind of the issue with like doing an auto export or a quick export. I have to pick some options here, or I have to reproduce this whole configuration. I don't know if there is a way to reproduce that whole configuration. If there is, we can stuff that into the, like, either the add-on extensions or the blend file settings. Yeah, anyway. I think you can set a hotkey for collection exporters, which is really cool, because that'll just trigger all the collection exporters. And it's weird that there isn't like an equivalent hotkey for a regular export, to me anyway. As soon as that water started going down, I knew I was going to joke on it. Yeah, so principal BSDF and stuff all works. which is wonderful. Including even like factors and stuff. Yeah. Custom nodes don't work, but that's expected. Interesting that lighting changes from edit mode to object mode. Okay, so I think we commit to shipping this on our own. I think we try to commit to shipping this on the Skein website. We can do that statically. We could do it dynamically as well and serve up different files based on other things. That's really nice. Already better support than when exporting to Unity from Blender. Really? That's interesting. I would have expected Unity to support all the same things. Is the idea that you make changes in Blender and they will automatically be reflected in the Bevy output? What do you mean by automatically? The core functionality here is that you can make changes in Blender that will export to a GLTF file, and then that GLTF content can be used in your Bevy application. So there's a couple of caveats with that, or like that come with that, right? One is that yes, any components you insert, any things that you do inside of here, like if I add, I don't know which config I have in here right now, but if we add, I don't know. Oh, we have the test components. Perfect. If this is my player and I want it to be a player and I name the player and, you know, the power of this player is this and whatever, right? This component will export with this cube and get inserted when you spawn the GLTF scene. The hot reload functionality is something that is TBD. So you do need to trigger the export, like Xavier's saying, right? Bevy has some file watching hot reloading capabilities, but those don't include transforms at the moment, I think. So let me go into this. This is the place we're exporting this GLTF at the moment. I think that the reload is what? File watcher is what we have to enable here. So let's run this offline. I feel like every time this is happening, this is just like Rust Analyzer and Cargo competing. And I feel like if I move the Rust Analyzer target directory, that would solve itself. So File Watcher adds a couple more like dependencies and whatever. They're already downloaded. They just need to be additionally compiled. So we've got like an extra, I don't know. I think that was like an extra 30 dependencies, 20 or 30 dependencies. When I say extra, what I mean is that it's actually in the crate dependency graph. So it's like we changed something that impacts the compilation of other crates, not that we introduced more crates. Do you think Bevy is ready for a 1v1 turn-based PvP game? Yeah. 1v1 turn-based PvP game? Absolutely. There's networking solutions. None of that is real time either. So like turn-based is a great, like, how do I frame this? It's a simple use case of networking. It's not real-time FPS, right? You don't need like real-time FPS with rollback. or like half rollback and half like server authoritative, or like, you know, you don't need like fancy stuff for a 1v1 turn-based PvP game. And yeah, the turn-based stuff is covered by Bevy already. I don't know what kind of game you're talking about, but anything with like cards or a board or whatnot, that should all work. You'll probably end up picking a networking crate. There's no networking built into Bevy. You have to pick one. So there's a couple of options. There's Lightyear, there's the Harmonia project stuff, etc. But yeah, I think that's one of the things that I actually want to do on the website, the This Week in Bevy website specifically. I want to start organizing crates and like putting them under categories maybe, so that people can actually just go see what is around, what is current. And also like tying those to showcases, right? If we can have crate information on This Week in Bevy, that can get tied to showcases, and thus people who make the crates can understand who's using their crates and what they're using it for, without those people needing to like go tell them. Okay, so can I just shove this over here? Perfect. So theoretically, I haven't tested this, so we're all going to find out together. Theoretically, if I greatly increase this, I do have to re-export. Why is my scroll bar not working? Oh, because I scrolled past the... Yeah, there we go. Okay. File, export, GLTF, right? We export here. That updates. So like export with a texture modification, updates in running application. That works, right? Which is sweet. That is sweet. What I think doesn't work currently, so let's pull this back down to, you know, some reasonable size for that texture. Let's go to modeling. Let's go in here. So if I take this and I move it, which axis is that on? The camera's coming from here. Let's move it back a little. Right. And then let's duplicate it. And let's make a second one here. So if we export this to GLTF and we export, you can see the material went back, but the like content changes and the transforms did not update, right? So some things will hot reload just fine. Some things will not. Now, this is like fairly easily solvable in the sense that like if you want this to like happen at runtime, you can just respawn it. But yeah, like it's not gonna respawn itself, right? There's some... It's hard to think of how to write that into Skein specifically without pushing workflow onto people, right? Like, I don't know what you're using this GLTF for. If you're using it for something other than just like a full level, like people with a hot reload generally expect like their player position to be retained and the entire level to reload around them, right? So I think that problem space gets complicated pretty quickly. One thing that you can do is you can listen for GLTF asset changes, check for anything that's currently loaded, and just respawn it. And that would fix this. But that's like a per project basis, right? That's like a not everybody is going to be okay with that solution. What is that? That's weird. Yeah. Unique config, but also like how do you set up that config? There's a lot of open questions. If we could figure it out, I'm open definitely to including that in Skein, or preferably actually upstreaming it into Bevy itself. There's only 2 cubes here. I don't know what that is. Is that some kind of like latent export issue? Or is that a bug? This would be a bug in Bevy if it were a bug. And I'll get to the UV question or the color question in a second. I do see it. Just note that it is there. So like, here's our cube. We can move it back and forth, right? Here's the other cube that can move back and forth. What is that? This is... Did I spawn something else that I forgot I spawned? Which is entirely possible too. Here, mesh 3D, mesh material. There's something else here. What is this? Where is this transform? Yeah, this is my cube. Sorry. False alarm. This is literally just a cube. You can see the actual like lighting. This is literally just a white cube that I spawned in Bevy code. Sorry for the... Yeah, here. I was doing something else, and I left dirty code in my Bevy app. So there is actually just literally a cube there. There's no bug. That's my bad. I have a question about vertex colors. Blender exports 2 vertex colors in GLTF, like color 0, color 1, when you just have 1 vertex color attribute. You only have 1 vertex color attribute, and you're not using any of the other vertex attributes, or... Because, okay, so for this example, right, we go to here. This will have color nothing, right? There's no color in here. There's no color in here. There's text coord, but there's no color, right? So presumably, let's get rid of one of these. So actually, let's get rid of both of these, I think. Let's just do a regular cube. Because one of the things I do for, what is it? This game over here. This game uses vertex attributes that are not colors. So actually, I have a question. You say, are you using vertex colors, or are you using multiple vertex attributes? The outlines here in this game, so all of the outlines that you can see are generated via data that I store on the vertices, which is a custom attribute, but can cause the color issue in general. You're painting vertex colors on the mesh. So you So if we do this and we go to, what is it? Vertex paint, right? We would want to go to mesh, right? We've got attribute here, color attribute. So we've got position, sharp face, whatever. Let's start with an export of this GLTF. And I assume what you're doing is vertex colors. And you have both of these selected, I guess. I guess that's the default. Export all vertex colors and export active vertex color with no material. I installed this new brush plugin, which is what this thing on the bottom is. But I don't want it to show up right now. So if we go to attribute face corner, paint hard, mix, and then I do like a selection for the top of this, and I do back into vertex paint, and I'm just gonna set the vertex colors, which I'm setting to, I guess, white right now. Let's do face mode. Face corner bite color. Let me make this UI a little bit smaller while I'm doing this. It's been a little bit since I did this, so let me just refresh my memory. So face, select face, right? Back to here. This is black. This is black. I think I might have messed myself up by installing this other extension. It's adding more to the UI than is actually here. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Yes, you're right. So in this case, then we should be able to go here, do set vertex colors. Why are there two colors here? I don't remember there being two colors here. Is that right click, left click in this new extension that I have? So that's everything. Why is that coloring everything? That's not what I want. Right, we've got everything selected correctly here. This is just attribute. I don't think we need to set a new one. Beside the view button left. Oh, thank you. Oh my. Oh, that's embarrassing. Just not doing it today, you know? Paint, set vertex colors. Okay, okay. We now have two vertex colors. This just in, Chris is human. Yes, absolutely. And I would never purport otherwise. I feel like that's actually a pretty core part of my content in the general sense. a lot of other people will do like, oh, this is the most amazing thing or the best thing, or like, this is definitely a fact. And I'm like, I don't know, this worked. Sharing it with you because I know it works. So we've got color 0 here, which is fine. This will load. Right. White, black on the sides, vertex colors. I think Bevy doesn't support multiple. So do you have multiple colors here? If you have a material attached to the cube, it will have 2 colors. Okay, let's do a material. Material. Here's material 2. Wonderful. Yada, yada. Let's export. Take a look. So now we have color 0, color 1. And unknown vertex attribute color 1. Because you now have them painted and also being used by the material, I think is the issue here. Color 0, if I remember correctly, is the only one explicitly supported by Bevy. Right? I think we can just do a regular search for this because it'll show up. Barycentric. Yes, that is barycentric is the thing used in the custom attribute example. So we'll look at that in a second because that's probably what I'm going to tell you to do. What are you using vertex colors for? Are they actually vertex colors? Like, are you painting color, or are you using them as information? Yeah, so if you're using them as information, like everybody talks about using vertex colors, right? On the internet, if you say like, hey, I'm going to store some information in the vertex color or whatever. And that's all fine. But what you'll find out is that actually the GLTF spec for vertex colors in combination with materials will permanently affect your material rendering in a way that you don't expect, especially if you're using that vertex color as like other information. So it's actually really important that you do a custom attribute, which I have an example of, but there's also an example in the repo. This is what I do for the outlines for the game that I was showing earlier. This is what you want, custom vertex attribute. This defines a vertex attribute. Why do they call it blend color now? Did we change that? I guess it always was blend color. I just never used it. So we define a mesh vertex attribute. And when you create your meshes, you have to get this, like it has to have this data. This is the part you do in Blender, right? This is like whenever you define your vertex information, it's going to be in the attribute blend color field in that texture painter inside of Blender, right? Then you do, if you're passing this in and using it, have to specialize your meshes or specialize your materials, sorry, for anything that you want to actually use this in. And I think you also have to register it, if I remember correctly. Maybe you don't have to register it. This used to say barycentric. I swear this used to say barycentric. So that's custom vertex attribute. Storage buffer, binding arrays, storage, shader material, shader defs. This is the other thing that you're going to have to look at. So you do get that vertex material. No, defs is wrong. Defs is because I was doing other things. Never mind. Defs is not what you want. You just want that mesh vertex attribute. Although the demo looks different than I remember it being. And there's no modifications to it. And I know that I PR'd to that. Battery centric PRs. Yeah, I have PR'd to this example. This used to say barycentric. Oh, you know what? Actually, this is in the 2D. Because the GLTF plugin is the other place you're going to have to configure this. That's what it is. I knew there was something. Let's go to check that too. So these two things, right? The custom vertex attribute is something you need for sure. And the other example actually lives, I think, in 2D, but let me check the... I don't know why this lives in 2D, actually, thinking about it. Oh. 2D. Custom GLTF vertex attribute. Why this is in 2D, I actually don't know. I don't have the answer for that. But this is the barycentric stuff. This is the thing I was talking about. Because you need to do this specifically. This registration here is what you're going to need to do. This naming is weird, is something I want to call out specifically. This underscore, the underscore is related to like how GLTF exports. We'll take a look at that. I will literally do this example on stream right now. Yeah, so you have to register it for the GLTF if you're exporting GLTF because it has to be able to read it. That's what the color one thing is effectively, right? It's a attribute that Bevy and the GLTF plugin that Bevy uses doesn't know how to read. So in this case, you don't need to like do the mesh insertion because it's already information, and you still need to, if you're going to use it, specialize the material that you're using to include that information. And there's a shader associated with this that will show you how to access it in a shader. But the TLDR is that if you go into all of this stuff and you go into data and you go into these attributes, you have to create a new attribute, face color, face corner color, whatever data you want here. You have to create this. It has to have the name, like, what are we going to call this? We'll call this stream attribute. I don't know. Can't think of a better name. Stream attribute. Then when you go into vertex paint mode, you have to make sure you're selected on stream attribute specifically. And then when you're selected on stream attribute, then you can paint this however you want. If you export this, I didn't pay attention to if I actually set any data there, but do we have, I think I have an example of the actual export value already. This MISC. So when it exports correctly, it will export like this. You will see in attributes, it will have, in this case, my name is section color for this application. So you will see section color in attributes for the meshes that have this data. If you see this, then you know that you are on the right path. If you keep seeing like color, 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 you know that you're still missing something. Okay. So if I go into the thing where I've actually already done this, Where's MISC? I have so many blend files open now that I wrote Skein. Here's MISC. Don't save. Allow execution. So if we go to these platforms, right? And we go into, where's the mesh stuff? Here's the mesh data. Here are the attributes. You can see here I've got an attribute that is a color attribute here as well. It's face corner color, right? That's how I'm storing the data. If I go into the vertex paint mode here and I select the section color and I use the right thing to look at, you can see that there's a whole bunch of like colors on this in various ways for various reasons or whatever. It looks like it's lit. I don't know why it's lit right now. Like lit in Blender is what I mean. I'm not viewing like the raw data for some reason. It's like lit by the lights and I don't want that. Flat, there we go. So flat lighting, this is very clearly all the same color. So I really haven't painted all that much vertex data onto it in terms of different kinds of data. But the reason that that is not different data is because you could let in a draft. Nope. Yeah, let's run offline, I guess. Cargo run offline. Because these outlines are based on the difference in that color. So you can see that because the color doesn't differ inside of the material currently on this cube that I'm standing on, there's no outline right on that edge. And I can round the edges, which will give me the outline when it differs from another mesh. So I'm also using something to differentiate. In 0.16, there's something called a mesh tag. That's effectively what I'm doing here. I'm basically labeling every mesh with its own ID number and using that in my shader to separate the values of the vertex colors. So I shrink all the vertex colors from 0 to 1. It's a screen space shader effect. It is, yes. Sorry, I had to think about that for a second. It's screen space because the thing that's happening here, I think, did I make a video? No, I didn't make the outline video yet. I should have made the outline video. I do have the example though. I actually can show you exactly what I'm doing. It's funny because I start building these things out for like games and whatever, and then I'm like, oh, I should put this in, on Bevy examples repo. So this is the implementation. This is all of the implementation for this. If you want to look at this specifically, Rust Adventure, Bevy examples, edge detection, custom phase, this has a lot of the mesh vertex attribute stuff in it. It also has custom pipeline stuff. So there's more code here than you actually need, but this is edge detection. This is actually what the vertex colors look like when they come in through that section color paint, right? So we end up with the top one has red on it. These all have red on them. This one actually isn't painted at all. The green one on the right. So it has no data. And then there's white on the bottoms of these, which turns into these outlines using a Sobel filter. So you can have it at 0, 1, or in between. If it's in between, it will cause an outline. If it's 1, it's pure white. And if it's 0, it's nothing. So a couple of special flag values in 0 and 1, and then everything else works like this. So you can create these intermediate, like, the reason I did this is so that you could vertex paint inside of Blender and control where the outlines were going to be, rather than using something that is like depth and normal based. This is based on that section texture. So I'm sectioning off all of the segments that I want to create outlines around or through. And the difference between those values is what creates these outlines. Which I'm very happy with, honestly. It's an approach that I haven't seen anybody else taking currently in the Bevy ecosystem. Bevy mod outline does jump flood, which is great, and vertex extrusion, which is also useful in certain cases. Most of the other examples that I see use like a Sobel filter effect, but based on the depth and the normals. And usually what ends up happening with that is that people aren't happy with the like artifacts of depth and normal and color-based outlines. Like you'll get an outline in a random area that you don't really want it. So I really wanted something that could be driven from Blender. I think if I export this, it'll just work. I need to close this other thing. So if I do edit mode, face, and I paint this with, I don't know. So everything in my example is red. I use the red color channel for this information, which leaves me with green, blue, and alpha color channels if I want any additional data in the future. So if this is going to be red, and I'm going to make this like 0.7 or something, and I'll set the colors. That is setting everything again. Set the vertex colors. That is setting everything again because I have everything selected. Turns out if you touch everything, then everything will get colored. So if I export this, GLB, this looks like the wrong directory. This is the right directory. Export this. It'll take a second. The outline, I think, will look a little bit weird because one of the things that I didn't do, one of the things that I originally was planning on doing was not like having these rounded edges as normals, but I decided to make them actually geometry. So assuming that I exported into the right spot, which I failed to do pretty consistently, if I'm being honest. Get flat shading, this. Why is everything white? Section color. I don't know what the other colors are. How do I check to see what the other colors are? I need like a eyedropper. Where's my eyedropper? Select, more or less linked, view, toolbar. Do we not have an eyedropper? Let me get, I'm concerned that this is not actually the color. Okay, that is the color. So this color is 0.57. And assuming that that is all correct, this is 0.78, which I think should work, but there might be something weird with the, how do I frame this? There might be something weird with the rounded edges. So let me do this. Let me paint, set, save, export, GLTF. I think we're good on not doing custom properties anymore, but I'll leave it for now. My usage of Blender has significantly improved since I started that project. The color is darkened because it, yeah, that's what I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about that actually being not the thing that I want it to be, right? Like if I select all of these, then they are all, yeah, they're all the same color effectively. I think they're slightly different, but let's make this one just like something ridiculously different, right? Dog barking outside. And the real question is if I've messed it up or not. I think I still have the debug code in here. That's why I'm looking for it. The if def that I have is the other reason that I was looking at the other thing. Do I not have the debug code in here anymore? I guess I cleaned it up. Oh, thank you. Oh my. You know, it really just do be like that sometimes. I don't know why. The starting was very similar. Thank you, Xavier. Appreciate you. Still an issue, or rather, still, I guess, not an issue, or not an outline. I wonder if this isn't the one either. This is not okay. You know what my problem is? I keep going into okay. This is the right level there. Let's go to level 2. This is the actual level that we start with in the game. Because why would I make anything easy on myself? Vertex paint. If we look at all of it, all of this is the same. I hope that that's the color that is actually on it. That doesn't seem right. I don't know why I would set green or blue unless I was just dragging it around. So let's raise this way up. Face, set color, save, export. I don't know what happens actually to the modifier, if that makes sense. Like there's a modifier here on the mesh to round those corners. And I actually don't know what the result is of that. Oh, you know what? I know where my debug code is. Hang on. Uber material. That's the Rust shaders, Uber post-processing. Render the section texture. Save. Yeah, so my data currently is all red for some reason, and I can't remember why that is. Control tab. You're talking about control tab for like edit to whatever it is. Control tab. Oh yeah, I see. I see what you're saying. Why is that pink now? What did I do? Oh, texture paint. That's why that's pink. So, question that I have, it's tough to gauge because I'm using HDR values. So it's tough to gauge whether this is actually all red or not. Is one of the tough things about debugging this. So this is the section texture. The section texture then I can make not multiplied by the group. Well, multiplied is the wrong. But you can see that they're all still, this is now everything's in a 0 to 1. And thus you can see that the colors aren't actually there. Did I just get formatting in that? Weird. So the question then is section color data. Check the modifiers. Real-time render. Can I disable this temporarily? Probably not, right? So let me save that. Let me get rid of this modifier. And let me export this. It's also possible that I am literally using the wrong export location, which I've done many times. Should have like a chat command for Chris failed to export to the right location. Yeah, look, I think it's still rounded. Right? That corner looks rounded to me. So I think that I am actually not loading what I think I'm loading. Let me deal with this. Here's my section texture stuff. GLTF plugin, section texture. Don't use the underscore. Blender adds the underscore for the information. So like underscore section color here is how you get it to export from Blender. But when it comes into Bevy, you don't want that underscore. Because the underscore is like internal GLTF infrastructural stuff. This is the vertex attribute. And then the attribute section color, the thing that you're mapping that vertex attribute to, has the underscore. You can disable the modifier with the screen and camera icons. Yeah, in viewport render, but not in export. It always, the more I work with Blender, the more it's interesting to me that there is no control over what exports. This is the code that I'm going to replace with mesh IDs in 16. What was I doing? I was checking my level load GLB. So where did I load the GLTF? I loaded the GLTF in lib, I think, because we put it into Bevy asset loader, right? So misc1 misc.glb, and I think I'm exporting to the root. I swear, the next time I make this mistake again, it needs to go in here. It's always this mistake. It's always the same mistake. I do this so often. I have that like GLB file exported into so many different locations. See how this is like different? Okay, so the information is definitely there now. Let me fix my, sorry, this is like the most rambly introduction to using custom attributes and stuff ever. But yeah, you can see how there's an outline on the upper area of this platform now. Is that, oh my God, is that what was happening last stream? When I was doing the library overrides? Y'all, I feel so silly right now. Oh man, that is really disappointing. I'm gonna be honest. Okay, all right. Well, that's my face plant for the day. You know, sometimes it just is like that. Sometimes that's just the way it is. Deep breaths. Go back to this modifier. Add this modifier back. It's a bevel. I think I have it on 5 segments and 30 degrees. We're in the MISC folder. I'm exporting to the MISC folder. We're going back to the game. I'm running. And we're getting a rounded corner with a line through it now, because that's where the information ends up changing. So it's a little bit awkward to have lines on the interiors of rounded boxes, which is why I haven't set up the data like that. That's why a lot of the outlines that I'm choosing to use are like outlines on the edges, which is not really what I intended to do when I started. I intended to have more lines, but then I also decided I wanted a rounded aesthetic. And that's the way that works. So that's a green cube. If I take y'all way back, why does this automatically format now? Anyway. You probably still have questions about the mesh attribute stuff, but I am confident that using the examples, that you will be able to figure it out. If you have any issues with it, feel free to ping me and be like, hey, this isn't working for XYZ reason or whatever. Do you know what's up? The underscore thing will trip you up for the exports. The color thing is the indication that you actually do need to go do this and use a custom attribute, because you're trying to store data. You're not trying to store color. The way that GLTF exports vertex attributes that are color, the color vertex colors, is that it actually combines them with the material color. So if you set vertex colors, you will be affecting your material color, which is usually not what you want. Why is this still here? Why am I getting more and more like top right-hand sidebar things? I feel like extensions are just like inserting themselves here all the time now. Anyway, yeah. TLDR, it all works. Uh, oh, it's one of those days, y'all. Okay, so let's get this color back to, I guess, the color of the rest of the cube. Like doing this feels weird because I'm pretty sure that this is not the color. Right? Like I can't imagine why I would set green and blue unless I just dragged that around. I guess I did just drag that around. So here's our hex color for resetting the box color. So they're all the same again now. We've got our modifier on. I have no reason to put any other like outlines on that. So we'll just export this. I think that's one of the biggest benefits of collection exporters is that because you can hotkey export all collections, you can actually like set up a bunch of them and then trigger them automatically. You win for now. Ugh, reset the cube. What was I doing? I think that the thing that I wanted to look at was the crate material mesh. Because on stream, we started looking at this material, right? And we started looking at overriding, library overrides, which I now feel bad about because I think that I poorly represented library overrides because this is working. The issue was not the library overrides. The issue was Chris can't remember where the hell he exports things. And I was exporting into the wrong location. So library overrides work because this is a library override of this crate. If we go check this library, let's save the blend file. We go check this library, right? This library has this crate object. This crate object has a base color of yellow, right? If we go back to MISC1 and we clear all library overrides and we export, we get yellow. You know what? I think one of the issues is actually that the file path is hidden. Like, because I just did it again. So if we run this, we have a yellow cube. Cube is yellow. Cube likes being yellow. The crate material, library override, make, change this to green. Right? Export. Run. Now we have a green cube. So the library overrides work for materials. All of the issues that we had last stream, which I know that Xavier was here for, all of the issues that we had for library overrides on the stream that we did were user error on my part, not issues with library overrides. Which is, you know, it happens. I'm okay with it. Yeah. I think from a level design perspective, that has to be like coming down, not going up. Okay. That's really exciting though. It's exciting that this works. It's exciting that this works because the components on this create object. Where did I put the components? Who knows? Am I not allowed to view them if I haven't overridden them? That's an interesting question. Let me save this. Let me go back to the library. Take a look at the data that we have. Yeah, so create root has all the components, right? Create root. If I go back to misc1 and we don't save this, create root object shows all the components. I don't know what I was clicking on before. I did it to myself again, basically. This is why I am passionate about documentation and user experience, because boy, do I suck at using things sometimes. Okay, so Skein Bevy panel, insert new component. These are all the components that are pre-existing. If we wanted to, we can library override selected in content. And these should open up. But maybe everything up to the root. Yeah, everything up to the root needs to be that's why it's create object and create root. Why do I have create object and create root? Is create object the linked? This outliner is super confusing, honestly. In any sense, we can now literally go through these components and modify them, but only in the library override. So all of the data works. Blender being confusing aside, the feature works. Create object. What is create object? Let's not save this and go check lib. Create object, create root. Okay, so it's just moving it in the outliner because I guess create root is... Honestly, I can't even justify what Blender did there in the outliner. I have no justification. I can't defend read, like, I guess I'm making the override here, right? So like I make selected in content for create root, right? This allows this content to be, why did it move earlier? Is it because I did it on create collection too? I don't know. I must have moved something. I must have hit a button. I'm gonna blame it on myself. Blame it on user error. Because that seems fine now. Let's clear this override because I don't actually want to modify the components. And then really the only thing being overridden now is the material, which we cleared before. So let's do a full clear of this hierarchy. Why not? Let's take the material. We'll do the library override, make selected. We will turn this into green, but maybe not just green, maybe like really green. And we'll export this. Which is not into the right location. Again. At some point, this has to be like a Blender issue, right? Like a Blender UX issue and not my personal failure. Hoping, praying. So now we've got this green. I don't think we have HDR or bloom set up. Here we have a blue cube. Whoa. Didn't make it. Yeah. Cool. So we have got levels, we've got throwing, we've got library overrides, we've got section textures, we've got other things. Might be interesting to show people the building. We'll probably talk about this at a different time. You can also do multiple Blender windows. So workflow wise, if you come to window and you do new main window, you can have like a lib scene up over here and continue working with like your main scene. So you can just like, if this is all of your stuff, you can drag stuff over, copy paste it, do whatever. I think this can also open. No, this can't open other files. So I think this is single Blender scene, but now I have two windows of Blender for the same file, which is really nice for like library stuff. Right now you're looking at basically all of the decals for this demo, which is the demo that I showed earlier, which I think is going to be part of the release notes. I don't actually know if it's going to be. I was asked to make an image. It's up to them if they want to use it or not. But these are all the decals. So like the wall dirt, the footsteps are down here, graffitis on the wall, et cetera, et cetera. So. And in Blender, this looks probably pretty weird. Does Skein also support Blender links as in Blender linking to other blend files? So the library overrides thing we were just looking at. Let's go back to that. MISC 1. This is my game project. The game that we were looking at before. This is the thing, right? Let me studio shade this because I like that better. This is, the game or whatever. This is our game file. This crate comes from a different blend file and has components on it. So if we go to that file, which is this library.blend file, right? We are in MISC 1. I'm going to go into library.blend. If we go here and we do whatever in here, right? Here's our crate. Here's the crate root. If I change this color to like blue, well, no, the default is blue. Let's do red. And I save this. There are also components on the root, right? So rigid body, out of bounds behavior is a custom one for my application. Target, color reveals, custom for my application. Collider constructor is avian. So if I save all this and we open MISC 1, then this crate mesh is now red. And this crate root has all of those components. And if we want to override this, I can change it. So let's not change it first. Let me export this. Let's put it in the right folder. And then there's something off about that export, I think. So now the cube is red and the game is working, etc. And if we go in here and we override it, we can make this green. We'll export again. Run the game. This is a green cube that came from a different blend file that we overrode the material on. It's all in a single GLTF. This is all one GLTF file. If we look at the GLTF, it is just this one GLB. That's the art directory. This is the MISC directory. This is the one. So it's this GLB. Is it possible to have multiple GLTF that links to a library GLTF? Not by default, is what I'll say. But the user level implementation of that is fairly trivial. So if you have your own component, and that component is called something like async GLTF load, or whatever you call it, and it has a path to a GLTF file, then when you spawn in your scene, you can use an observer to iterate over all of the children, or on add for any of the specific components that contain that path. And then you can trigger the asset loader for those assets and insert the handle onto that entity. So the implementation of like getting something from another GLTF is trivially possible. The caveat is that I don't necessarily think that's a good idea. Right? Like you would have to have like a really heavy library asset that you were loading like repeatedly across multiple levels individually, which I guess you could have, but like in my mind, if you're going to load like another level, that is a great opportunity to just pull everything in that you need for that level, right? Like a level loading screen is not terrible. You can do that ahead of time. You can do that whenever you want. You don't need a loading screen, but it's a good like moment to be like, we're going to need this. Because realistically, we don't have fancy loading strategies right now in Bevy, right? Like if you load into, I guess like Grand Theft Auto or something, right? It will start loading from the center and load outwards, right? If you load into something that is like a modern AAA game, it will spawn you into a location that has been loaded, like a subset of the location, and then load all of the other stuff. We don't have like asset streaming like that currently. And it's very easy to get yourself mired in like, I'm going to asynchronously load 50 extra GLTF requests. The real caveat, I think, like if you decide that you want to do that, you've made the decision, you're going to implement this component, it's going to set up the asset loader and do the load, and that's when you want to do it. That all works. You can totally do that. You have an issue when it comes to referencing things inside of GLTF files. You can't reference things by name. You have to reference things by index. So until somebody puts in a PR to Bevy to reference things by name, you have to write additional code if you want to do that as well, which you won't have. Like, you won't have the names until you load the GLTF file. So it becomes a little bit finicky in terms of like, yeah, you can have a bunch of stuff, but you basically have to be referencing them by scene and you have to be referencing them by index. The scene thing is fine because scenes are basically like the unit of encapsulation of a GLTF, right? Any table can be a scene in the same way that in Bevy, anything can be a scene. It's just a hierarchy of stuff. It's not like a level, right? I think that that's something that people get tripped on. So you can totally do that. I don't think the trade-offs are that great. And somebody has to PR name-based access into Bevy, because otherwise I don't know how you're going to actually reference stuff in a sustainable way. I guess, of course, the other option is you could have an observer track those components and fire events, batch those events in your own system that loads a single GLTF, access everything by name, and then reinsert those things on the relevant entities after the GLTF is loaded. But that's a little bit more infrastructure, right? You have to then like have a resource that stores those names. You have to then know which GLTF is loading that will have different names. You'll have to know the entities to put things back onto, etc. Like, that's all possible and doable. But it's doable in user land. Like, you can write that. You can write that and like publish it to crates.io, or somebody else could, right? There's nothing that needs to happen inside of Skein to make that work. The Skein side of stuff is like, if you want to do that, then how do you build a level out of those things, right? So there has to be, on the Blender side of things, some way to insert things into a level and then have them like deleted and replaced by empties on export, which may or may not be easy to do, especially in a generic way. Like, you can definitely, I don't even know if you can filter nodes out of the export, honestly. Any plan on entity relations? I've thought about it. I've been trying to figure out how to do that in a good way. In terms of like concrete plans, I really like, I have the how do I frame this? I have the interface that I would like to use for Blender. I would like to do where is this? It's somewhere in here. This selector. I would like to be able to click on this, go into here and be like, okay, well, it's going to be this thing or that thing or whatever, you know? I think that we can identify everything uniquely by name. I don't know that for sure. I know that every object in Every object in Blender is uniquely identifiable by name, but I don't know how that actually translates to reused meshes and stuff. So I think that nodes, I think, are always unique. So we can do something like the relation support only supports objects, right? And if a relation support only supports objects, then we can have that interface for it that filters to objects. And the Bevy implementation can be a scene instance ready that searches for the object of the name and inserts that as a relationship. But the other thing is that there's just unknown questions around how to do that. And if, for example, like entities themselves are the thing that we're effectively supporting, right? So if you want to specify an entity, then that entity needs to show up in Blender as an object picker, really. There's a lot of UX questions around edge cases there, I think. Like, relationships should probably be able to specify a mesh, which would be fine if we could use the named approach. But the names in Blender don't necessarily match the exports. I think I still have... Yeah, I still have this in here. I wonder if this scene is even loadable. There was a... Not level 1. Before I was creating levels, I had like a temporary work thing. It may not exist anymore. Test level. This thing. Only real, I don't know. I can't even come up with the joke. People who watched the stream 2 to 3 months ago will recognize this level. I actually don't know if this level loads anymore. But I think one of the interesting things, I'm not really going to be able to show it off, am I? Oh, this one down here. This will work. This low table. So this low table, for example, we might be able to load this. We might not be able to load this, but I want to talk about it before I try. This table has multiple materials on it. This table was something that we pulled out into Substance Painter, painted in different ways. So the legs are painted one way with wood, which is actually a terrible wood texture because I think that left leg has a weird grain on it. Anyway, we had marble for most of the container. The inner square is jade, just for kicks, right? Like this is not really like a an asset that we were going to really use. I just wanted to work out the Substance Painter workflow. But the issue with that is if you do that, and let's say we go to library low table 1. Let's get rid of create collection and bring up low table. Like this is fine, right? We've got table and legs, ostensibly, right? So this is a modeled mesh for the tabletop and, mirrored meshes that have modifiers applied for the legs. But the issue is I think the table splits into these 3 when you actually pull it into Bevy. So let me find that level name. That level name is test level 001. And bear with me because I don't know if this is actually going to load. Where did I put the level spawn logic? So here's our default. This is the level that we'll load to start with. So let's do test level 001. And we run this and it will probably load, but I don't know if any of the colliders or anything are set up. This is pre Blender extension. So this is pre Skein, which means that all of this stuff is like, doesn't have colliders on it and whatnot. But that's okay. We aren't actually looking for anything to really be here. We are looking for the children and the low table specifically. So I guess this is table and legs, isn't it? I think it was the crate, the original crate. So let's not look at the table because the table's irrelevant, apparently. I deleted the crate, didn't I? This is the old crate. So this is one mesh with, this is a selection, but like this is one mesh. All of this is one mesh, right? And what we did to this was the same thing. Let me get rid of this. What we did to this was the same thing. This is, like a single mesh, right? But this isn't cut up into separate meshes like the table was. So the table gave us two concrete things. This actually comes into the game as two different meshes, if I remember correctly. Crate inner and crate outer. Let me spawn this in to something. Let me spawn this into the level. Collection 6. Right? Let me collection instance my way to glory with collection 6. And it doesn't really matter like where this is or what it's doing because we're just going to be taking a look at the inspector anyway. So if we run this, this should spawn that level. And there's our cube, right? That cube doesn't have the things it needs on it anymore, so it's just like chilling there. Level, children, entity, children. And we end up with crate root, children, crate object, children, crate mesh. Am I going insane? I think I'm going insane. Okay, this is not happening anymore. I don't know. I could have sworn this used to happen. I would have sworn in a court of law that this worked this way. And it does not. So maybe we're good, actually. Maybe it's fine. If that's the case, no. Okay, it actually doesn't. Okay, that's yeah. Does this not have? I think this actually doesn't have the. No, it does. Yeah, okay, it does. Let's look at this in renderable mode. Yeah, it does. Okay. So this is the thing that I was thinking about. It's got crate inner, crate outer. This is another object that was exported to Substance Painter as an FBX and brought back in with the materials. The issue that I thought we were going to have is that if you apply a material to a subset of vertices, I thought that at one point that was turning into two meshes inside of Blender. Or inside of Bevy, sorry. Two B's is really tough to track. But apparently it's not. So I think actually we might be good. We might just be able to link to these entities. And then it's really just a decision about how we want to do that. One of the things that I was looking into is currently we use an observer. You remember it was the case as well? Okay, I don't know why it's not doing that then. That's kind of like a dangerous change, if that makes sense. Like if that change changes again, then people's relations wouldn't work anymore. You think it's a Bevy 14 thing? Interesting. I think this might be the correct behavior. I don't know how to... Oh, that's the wrong thing. You know what? Actually, no, wait. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Crate root. Crate root is what it used to be called. Collection 6 is what we need to look into. Here we go. It does. It does. I clicked on the wrong thing. I swear I know how to do things. Okay, so this is the issue. The issue is that we have two meshes here. It's two meshes, right? The inner mesh and the outer mesh. And they are not named anything special. This is cratecube mesh.0. So if we look at this, it's cratecube mesh and cratecube mesh.0 and .1, right? So this is 0.15. This still happens in 0.15. If you select a relationship on this mesh, what happens? Right? Because now effectively you've tied a component to two things that are going to spawn. And it looks like one in Blender, but it is two in Bevy. So this kind of thing becomes very hard to debug, I think. Like unless you can visually see the hierarchy in Bevy, how do you know that this is two? Like we can try it right now, actually. I believe what happens if we do mesh here, let's do sensor, right? I'll insert an avian sensor and I will do it not here, but on the mesh data. So mesh data, avian sensor, save, export, GLTF. Cargo run. Bring up inspector. Remember that the thing I'm looking for is not the crate. Collection 6. Crate cube, children. So now this one has sensor on it and this one has sensor on it. So what happens in this translation is that the data is effectively shared between the two of them, and you have no way in Blender to control which one gets what. The only way, actually, you do have a way, but you have to place things on the materials, which is not great. In Blender, the mesh has data like the used materials that in Bevy belongs to the entity. So an object of type mesh in Blender results in an entity from the object that is the parent. Yes. So the hierarchy is, this is the collection, right? This is, what was collection 6? I think collection 6 was the, yeah, it's the name of the collection here because we instanced the collection, right? It's not actually the collection. If we look at the level where we spawned it, this is the collection instance. It names something here called collection 6. So just to be clear, that this is not the actual collection, even though the collection is also named the same thing. So you get the collection instance, you get the object, and you get the 2 separated meshes as the entity hierarchy in this case. Typically, a mesh will have an object parent always. It'll be object parent, mesh data, child. This is true for pretty much everything, actually. It's not true for cameras, for whatever reason. It's true for point lights, though. Point lights have an object, and the inner, like, sub area is the actual, like, point light. So if we go to level 2, right, and I spawn in a light, a point light, just put this up in the air somewhere. This has object data, right? And we can put whatever we want on the object data. This is the parent. And then it has actual data. So this, anything that's in this data tab is that child. So we end up with parent object, and this is what actually gets the point light on it, the data entity inside of it. So explaining things like that is really important for the documentation. Nobody's going to read that documentation, but at least I can link to it when people ask. This cube that goes out to Substance Painter and comes back with 2 materials. I think any cube that you put 2 materials on, Substance Painter is not necessary. It's just a common workflow that will cause this. You will end up with 2 meshes, 1 per material. Bevy might need to add support for submeshes. Not sure though. That's how Unity works. Interesting. In any case, this is just how it works. So like, as a person who is using like a theoretical relationships feature, if you are going to try to do this, right? Let's get rid of this collection because I don't actually want it in my scene. And you're looking at this, right? And you're going, okay, this, and this. The only way to put a component on here is to insert it on the material, which you can do. And that goes to the same, actually, let me undo what I did before. Can I respawn this collection that I deleted? There we go. So here's our collection. Let's check to make sure that this works as expected. If you do create inner, and it might just be likely, but like imagine you have 2 of these crates. This is per material. So if they share the material, then it'll be on both of those crates. Right? So if crate inner has a sensor and crate outer has a collision margin, then we export this. We run it back. Go in to check the inspector, go to the level, go to the children, collection, children, crate, children. Mesh has sensor on it. Mesh has sensor on it. I think these are both from the mesh itself. And then what was the other thing we did? Collider margin. Collision margin. There's collision margin. So collision margin is on one and not the other. So sensor coming down from the parent No wonder we have the Skein UI materials. Yeah, that's why it's there. It's not an accident. Because all of these things in Blender can accept, basically anything that can accept a custom property can accept a component. Like that is basically the way that it works. And basically everything in Blender at its core is just this like weird ID material or like bpy struct or whatever. So what that means is that if you're attaching data to it, it can basically be attached to anything. Now, Blender doesn't have great support from the code perspective to do like generic adding of things. So like we've got a bunch of, separate panels, setups and stuff like that. But yes, anywhere you see this component panel is somewhere that you can actually insert a component. Somewhere that I have literally tested to make sure that you can insert a component there. All of these things have polls on them. If they don't have the right stuff available, then this panel will not show. The polls are fairly naive. They check for like, if there's an object, then we can add to objects. If there's a mesh, then we can add to meshes. If there's a material, we can add to, the active material or whatever. One thing I haven't done is, yeah, okay, there we go. So even inside of the materials stuff, right, you can still access that material. I guess that's the same panel. So like, that's not really actually that surprising. But yeah, anywhere you see this panel is somewhere that I have actually tested inserting components, including actually as of 0.15. We don't have a camera in this, unfortunately. Why does this other thing look like it's in object mode? Did I leave it in object mode and it now is just like permanently in object mode? That's so weird. By the way, you got the custom attribute export working, just FYI. It's a checkbox in the gender GLTF export menu there. Is a checkbox in the GLTF export menu? I feel like it shouldn't be a checkbox. Did you name yours with an underscore? Like, does your attribute name have an underscore at the beginning? Or is it just this attributes checkbox? Yeah, export attributes when starting with an underscore. Okay, that's the checkbox you mean. Yes. That is the checkbox for sure. Sorry. It's been a while since I clicked that checkbox. But this is what I'm saying about the export stuff. Like, how do you decide whether apply modifiers, attributes, and tangents are supposed to be checked? You only need tangents if you're doing forward decals. You only need attributes if you have custom attributes. You only need to apply modifiers if you're a modifier user, right? That doesn't apply them yourself. And so on and so forth. So like, there's a lot of ways in which you can export GLTF data, and having a solution that was a quick export for 90% of cases would be cool. But I think actually what we need is per project quick export configuration, which means that we basically need to show this form and a file path and say, set your options here for quick export. I think that's what quick export needs to be. Yeah. Cool. The other thing that I need to decide It seems like the extensions platform wants me to remove this operator. So like the edit fetch remote type registry, they want me to remove that. And I think it's a misunderstanding, but they don't seem very receptive. The terms of service say that you can make HTTP requests, and that calls an HTTP request. And the functionality of the extension works without it. But honestly, if the review process is going to be such that they don't understand their own terms of service enough to review the extension, then we might be better off just hosting this on our own and being like, if you want to use this, you have to add the additional registry. We're probably not going to like pull in many Blender users into Bevy anyway. So being in the extensions like directory was just kind of like, yeah, I would like to be in the public spot contributing back to the community that I'm trying to be a part of. But if they don't want it, then we have to put it somewhere else. They will accept the extension if we remove this operator, which you do not have to click. So I got to think about that today. I think the answer is going to be host it ourselves. Because if we host it ourselves, then we get to skip the review process completely. It's unfortunate, but I think we still get auto updates. You can make the button at the side like BlendV maybe. You mean in here? In this side panel menu? We can totally add to that menu. That's not an issue. Do you like having it there? I guess my other question is, I guess BlendV only inserts on objects, right? Like you can't specify inserting on a mesh. This is Blender 4.4. Do I have Blender? I know my Windows machine like keeps all past Blenders. But I know that BlendV doesn't work in 4.4. Let me enable it. I think the export is the thing that doesn't work. So yada, 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 level scenes, library scenes, schema, generate stuff. And then this, can you can't, can you? You can't insert on a mesh? Oh, the buttons for retrieving the registry? Yeah. I was just actually, when I thought about it, I was curious to know if BlendV supported inserting on anything that was... There we go. Okay, you can select it in the outliner. And you can insert on objects, meshes, and materials from the outliner. We could add this. When you save, it pops back out. Oh, you mean like when you save, it goes back up to cube instead of being on mesh? Where's my dump folder? Here's my dump folder. Save. I don't see that behavior. But yeah, for like settings and stuff, we could put the menu here. For like export, like quick export, for example, could be here. What else would be here? Like the registry reload buttons could be here. I have a desire to, this will pull that file. I have a desire to also support files at some point. Like always load from file kind of thing. And doing some other UI like this. Like I never really understood missing types until I started working with the actual schemas and stuff. So yeah. Turn that back off. Not a great place for this kind of stuff. The sidebar is supposed to be for settings specific to this 3D view and not other 3D views or the selection. Really? So that's really interesting because the item is the current selection. But since 2.8, this consistency is a bit diluted. Yeah, because I'm guessing that the transform and stuff here got inserted in like 2.8 or something. And that this used to be just the view. UC paint only shows itself when you have a paintable object. Cubaker just sits here all the time. Blender Kit is just here all the time. And has some of its settings here, including the ability to log in and whatnot. And then Active Tool is for the viewport tools. Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking about if we don't submit to the extensions directory, we get to put things wherever we want for sure. I wish there was a way to create your own panel like this. Like this whole thing could be just the Bevy stuff. I don't think it's possible to put something in this list though. You find the properties panel much better adapted to this, but that's just your opinion. I think that the reason I put everything for insertion, for example, in here, is because it was per object, and this is the way that you interact with all of those objects, right? Like if you're going to modify mesh data, you go to the mesh data in the properties tab, right? If you're going to modify a material, you're either going to be here or you're going to be like in the shading, which is also technically like here, right? So that's why it's there. I think that's a good choice. I'm not going to remove that. You would like to research the possibility of that for having like this panel thing? Yeah, I mean, like, it would be cool if there could just be like a Bevy panel here. That would kind of like make things a little bit easier to work with or whatnot. But I don't think you're allowed to modify this. Like, I have the developer tools on, and these don't have shortcut area UI type. I definitely looked into this at one point. It seemed not possible. or at least very much not suggested. Yeah, you don't think you can. If you can, it's brand new. I think that this is intentionally like not allowed currently. Because you have to push things into like arrays that are really not supposed to be user modifiable and stuff like that to even get it to like potentially work. But yeah, if anybody can come up with like a supported way to do that. You also think using the properties editor is much better than a custom editor specific to Skein? Yeah, I mean, the goal isn't to have a custom space, right? It would be like, I think for these kinds of things, this makes total sense. Like going into this area, doing the insertion, whatever. I think that the insert. Do I not have 015 on this? Hang on a sec. Object. I don't think it shows up in this menu. There was something that the review was talking about where I had everything named like Bevy underscore whatever for the IDs, and they were not happy with that. And they were telling me that if I changed it to some other identifier, that it would show up for key mappability and stuff like that. But they didn't give me any instructions for like what list of identifiers that was or how to do it in the first place. And there's no documentation on it. So theoretically, there should be a thing here that I can use to insert. But I don't think that that's true. Like there's some way in which you need to like register things to be key mappable in the first place. And I honestly, I think the reviewer is wrong. Like they just didn't give me correct information, which is fine. They're probably like an intern somewhere or something. But the way it is for now is good and consistent with a gazillion other properties. Yeah, and it interacts well with other add-ons and it does things like that. One thing that I think would be cool is using the other Bevy remote protocol functions, right? When you do a quick export and it shows up in Bevy, right? It would be cool if when you selected something in Blender, you had a way to associate that with a thing in Bevy, right? And I don't know how you would do that in these panels. I feel like that's almost like one of these tabs, right? Like a top level tab. Like a, hey, I want to do like Bevy remote protocol work. Because you can insert components into your running application. You can query the things that are, you know, shown in the running application. And things that we could do in the future as additional features, if we could get a tab in the menu somewhere, is that tab could be responsible for showing that introspection information for a running application, which I think could be really cool because that could really like that could build kind of a workflow where you're doing things in Blender, you're exporting things to Bevy. It has a built-in like inspector that knows about your Blender stuff, and thus if I wanted to right click here and be like, find in running Bevy app, then it would show me somewhere maybe on the right-hand side or whatever, like the thing that I clicked on that is in the Bevy app that is currently spawned, right? I think that would be very cool. It's not really something I'm like actively planning on doing. If we don't do the extensions platform thing, it opens up possibilities like that. I don't love the idea of building a bunch of UI in Blender, despite having just built a bunch of UI in Blender. Their UI system is hard to use. And is very like oriented around creating these properties, but they don't have any tools for traversing those properties, right? Like, so doing nested things, doing pointer properties all over the place, et cetera, just doesn't make for a good UI building experience. It's quite good at, I want to reference this thing on some other object. Let me know if it has that object or has the property that like will let me do this. It's not really good for building custom UI. Time to rewrite Blender in Rust. You know, if Blender was written in Rust, I would have a significantly like easier time getting into actually doing anything for Blender. As of right now, I will never make a Blender PR because I can't understand the way that their C build systems work. I can't understand like how all of their stuff is put together. They use this Python scripting language on top of C like things. You find that coding GUI is a pain in all the apps with all the GUI frameworks. I think that doing graphical UI is a complex problem. Absolutely. That there are pain points that come with that problem domain. I don't think that I think that the pain points from building UI in Blender right now are that you can't decide to have just a field. It has to be a property stored on an object that you then reference off of that object, right? And there are nice things about that restriction. It means that if you put things on objects, they get stored in the blend file, which is good, just to be clear. But it means that building UI that is disconnected from that model in any way is really tough and bordering on impossible. Like this button has to call an operator. To have a field, like the selection on this list has to be stored on an object somewhere, right? Like if I do, you know, like sensor, whatever, I'm just going to insert GLTF extras. Don't do this. This is not a good idea. If I like this index has to be stored on an object, right? And what that means is that when you do a library override, changing which thing you have selected here is actually data that needs to be overridden, right? Which is really annoying because that's ephemeral data, right? That is data that I actually don't want to store. Blender GUI is not just GUI, but also bindings between the GUI and the data. Yeah, I would argue that Blender GUI is not actually a GUI framework. It's a data model, right? If you can model your problem as a set of properties that doesn't include rich enums and doesn't include heterogeneous collections, like some features like that, right? then you can, you know, build UI for it, which is nice. And it stores in the blend file, which is nice. As soon as you have to do anything outside of that model, as soon as it's no longer like define a property, get stuff, like this UI, there's no UI work being done here in the sense that like I didn't choose any of these elements. They are driven by the property type, which also means that I don't have really good ways to define what editors show up here in what way. Right? Et cetera, et cetera. Anyway, I don't find Blender's GUI to be like a good UI framework. It is great for storing small bits of data in the blend file. Like if I want to associate some preset kind of data, if I wanted to give a number to every object that I could, then I can do that. And it can be an F32 and it's going to be like a float property and that'll just work. It'll store in the blend file. It'll come back out. But the way everything works, the way everything needs to be like registered or it doesn't exist, when you like nested property groups don't really work that well, in my opinion. If you set a field to a property group and then try to build the UI off of it by doing the layout prop stuff, those pointer properties for the nested property groups don't exist. You have to forcibly go through the entire tree of stuff and access every property before trying to build UI for it, before trying to access it with .prop or whatever, which is just awful. And it's part of the reason that I'm like, Blender doesn't really support nested data. It doesn't really support data with enums. It doesn't support heterogeneous collection types. And it's not actually a UI framework, right? You don't actually build UI. You define property groups. If you can define property groups to model your domain, then you can get a UI and you can get data storage. If you can't define property groups to model your domain, you're in for a world of hurt. Which is fine. I do wish it had other options. It would have taken me a lot less time to build this extension if I had any other option. But the other thing that so one of the things that I think it was maybe level 3 or 4. Level 3 has moving platforms, or level 4 has moving platforms. I forget which one. I should build a level selector. Yeah, this is the one. So this has moving platforms. This one has linear or rotational velocity from avian. So it's affecting the player, right? Which is a dynamic collider. This one currently also does. But this one doesn't. So unless I hold forward, the moving platform doesn't move me. Same thing for the rotational, actually. If these don't have rotational velocities, because these were originally done via animation clips, then they don't affect the player. Which means we need to do derivatives, right? Right. Derivative of position is velocity. I just wanted to point that out before I went and looked at this. In 0.16, we have with derivative, which will give us the derivative at the value of a curve. And I haven't seen this one actually, but actually this will give us the second derivative as well. I don't know if this is implemented for everything. But we can now have a curve with a derivative. So in 0.16, I think that we can do avian platforms that are driven by linear velocity by powering them through this derivative. You guess it's more of a model view controller pattern than a GUI API. It doesn't have the view part. That's kind of what I'm getting at, right? Like, it's just model, really, right? There's some callbacks that you can access, but all of the control of those values is driven by Blender as well, right? Like, how those values are updated, when they update, any of the logic associated with them. You can define callbacks, but there really is no concept of a controller. There's definitely no concept of like a group of abstractions or whatever. You either define everything in that model, in those properties, and you get the view for free, or you don't. I think model view controller implies that there's a view. Like it implies that I can do something to represent that data and modify that data, and you really don't have control over any of that data once you create it in the properties. How much time do we have? 11:26. I think we might be able to test this. What are the chances I can rip some of my animation code out? I think if we put a dynamic object on top of a cube, then that will be good enough. So let's do that. Where's my Skein stuff? I have this. I have this. This is what directory? Where am I? VS Code. Show in Finder. I guess we'll show on the other. Okay, Skein test 4.11.2. Okay. Skein test 4.11.2. This is the this is the RC3 version of stuff. So we've got a main here. We don't need this observer or anything. Actually, we might need the observer. Let's take a look at the game code. There's animation stuff for the platforms. So here's a rotating platform. That I think is good enough. I'm not going to do the offset, so I'm not going to worry about it. Maybe I copy this whole thing in just because it's... So this will be... Did I mess up? I did mess up. Let's move this over one. So this is our stuff. Our function here is going to be all of this other stuff. Platform behavior is not something we have. Animation target ID is. think I'm just going to comment out processed for the moment. FracPy 2 can come in. Okay, so this looks for any platforms. I guess we should bring in platform behavior. Because why not at this point, right? Like this is a bunch of stuff. We're going to be defining this inside of Blender anyway. So this is one Blender app to another. I guess, do we not have Serday? Can we do this with the reflect? We don't really need Serday, so I'm just going to get rid of it. Start end is unrelated, I think. We don't use that anymore. The platforms plugin is not what I want. I want to grab these and just move them up to my main. Stack all these register types at the top. Unfortunately, the auto registration did not make it into 0.16. Maybe it'll make it into 0.17. So we've got Scheme plugin. We've got a couple of systems that I pulled from our other app. I'm going to get rid of this character. We start up, we launch, in this case, a demo.gltf. And then we need avian is the other thing we need, which I have the correct dependency for somewhere. Wait, is avian actually have 0.2? Am I think it does. Yeah. Handle entity disabling properly. Sweet. I love that. I love that entity disabling is going to exist. Let's take a look at the commits real quick. Cool. So we probably actually need this commit. Oh, that says, yeah, revert. So this is the ref that I think we need. So here, let's do in our giant list, avian 3D. Get equals something rev equals this. Where's our Chrome window? Chrome window, please give me HTTPS. So I think avian is the only thing we need. I don't think we can run this offline. I think we have to reconnect to the internet. Later, Nixon. Have a good rest of your day. So the thing that I want to really test is if we put a dynamic collider cube on top of another, how do I frame this? Cube or platform or whatever, then I want that platform's movement to affect the cube. That's what we're doing here. That's this test. This test is going to be a single scene of maybe two platforms with cubes on them, dynamic cubes on top. The platforms themselves are going to be kinematic. They're going to be driven by these animation clips. And the goal is to drive linear velocity or rotational velocity, not drive position. which means that we need a Blender file. So let's create a new one. Don't save. All good. Let's include camera. Why not? Camera. Zoom out a little bit. Let's GZ1, 2 maybe. Let's dupe this. Shift Tab X. So this will give us one thing here. I learned how to do I learned how to do snapping. Shift Tab Z. And let's scale to. Interesting that they move like that. Scale 3, perfect. So we've got 2 platforms, 2 boxes on top of them. Maybe scale them a little bit. Wider. Scale Shift Z 1.3. So we'll have these 2. This has to build Avian, but everything's looking good otherwise so far. Avian comes from Git, and we're using a lot of special case dependencies, so not surprising that this is taking a little bit longer. And I was gonna implement jump flood before I did the outline video, but maybe I should just do the outline video. Bevy animation evaluator. Oh, right, these aren't in scope. Do I have them commented out in the other one? Should probably just bring in the avian prelude, right? Star. I wonder if avian will supply these kinds of things. Where's key? Oh, characters doesn't exist, so we'll just get rid of that. Just comment out the observer for now. Don't need this, so we'll get rid of that. So this loads in, perfect. The GLTF file doesn't load, which is expected. I need to import or use the physics plugins. Run. And then we can do fetch the registry. This will be what, a move? So we've got platform behavior. Platform behavior, rigid body, collider constructor. Collider constructor would need to go on the mesh. We do have support for collider constructor hierarchy as well, so this workflow is now available. This needs to be then This would be calculated at runtime. I don't really want it to be calculated at runtime. I'm just going to pick these values. I'm not going to drive them. This is 7.8, 7.8. Just going to hard code that. So we now have a platform that rotates, that is a kinematic rigid body with a collider constructor. I think that's enough to make it work. And this also needs a rigid body and stuff. A rigid body, dynamic, collider constructor, cuboid. 222 is the default cube. Export to what? This is in temp. TMP. How is this ordered? Is it sorted by recent access? I guess it's, yeah. Skein. I have so many test projects. Skein 2 assets. And then I'll make this platforms. And we will, I guess, use GLTF so that we can look at stuff. We don't really need to look at stuff, but cargo run. Oh, you know what I didn't export actually? I need to export the cameras and punctual lights if I want them, which in this case I really do. So here's what we get. I think that what was this? 7.86, 7.8 was what I said earlier. And then object, I'll remove the hierarchy. So there we go. The cube is right on top of the other stuff. Sometimes the collider constructor hierarchies or the tri-mesh for meshes or like the runtime constructed colliders can take a second to kind of like be available, so to speak, because they need to be runtime processed. So if you have things that are too close together and you're just kind of like spawning it arbitrarily, that timing can conflict. So really the question is, theoretically, this has platforms, right? So platform behavior, rigid body kinematic. Is there anything else that needed to be on these? Processed. Cool. And then I assume that this is already in our ad systems. Yes. So that's the current behavior. Hilarious because you can see it actually reset because it is just like turning. This is actually what's happening in the actual game too, except for the fact that the cubes are all like actual cubes, so you can't tell. But this is exactly what happens, which is really funny. So starting with that and rotational velocity, right? This all works. So let's take this. And I don't know which of these is actually going to be easier to implement. I feel like my guess is linear just because curves are curves. So maybe platform behavior, rigid body, right? Rigid body, kinematic, move linear. We're just going to move this into like some random other place. I think this is our global, so we do need the position. This one happens to be at XYZ 5, 0, -3. So this will be five, -3, 0. And then our end can be 5, -3, 20, 10, 5. 5 seems fine. The mesh needs the collider. Which is 7.86, 7.8. Again, just kind of avoiding drivers because we don't really need them at the moment. This one will need rigid body and collider constructor. And that's all we need on the mesh. So dynamic, collider constructor, cuboid, 222, because that's the default. I need to stop hitting Command S, is what I really need to do. And then export this to our assets directory, run this, and we should see the other one moving and the cube not moving with it. So there's our demo. And we have a set of curves. And my question is, can we figure out, where's my Chrome window? Can we figure out in the new derivative stuff, these all have like with derivative, with two derivatives. Is it gonna be that easy? There's no way, right? Like here's a function curve. I don't think function curves implement this. Okay. Doesn't seem like it. Let's do with derivative and see what the implementations are. Why am I blanking on where these implementations would exist? Oh, impl any for T. Nope, those are blankets. Oh, this is a struct. Width derivative is a struct that has tangent. Curve of a width derivative. So a curve struct, right? No, trait. Trait implemented on a width derivative t for a sample derivative wrapper. So I'm assuming t is time because we're talking about intervals. C has got to be like component or something, or curve. C for curve. So time and curve. So we've got t. Our width derivative t is the value that we're working with. So do I need to create a width derivative? Is this in an example somewhere? Can I spell derivative? Derivative. Let's look for the... I hate that this has like more directories and then puts you into the search bar. Like if I wanted to type in the directory myself, then I would have typed it in. Okay, so this is back in November. Accessing a curve that samples derivative information should be easy and non-error prone. For example, given a differentiable curve vec2, one should be able to access something like a curve vec2, which is, I guess, the value and the derivative of the value. Derivative access should not step on the toes of ordinary curve usage. Has tangent has to be implemented. If we need to, for our function curves, we can has tangent 0. Because we do just want it to wait. The idea here is to provide patterns like my curve.width derivative.sample clamped. So can we do that on the curves that we have? We have function curves, we have linear reparam curves. I don't think this looks like it'll work. What is the error message here? Method not found in easing curve vec3. So that's really unfortunate because that would have been the thing. I think I think easing curves not implementing with derivative is the killer here. We might be able to do it ourselves, but have automatic implementations on all curve adapters except for function, map, and reparam. Because we do not have a notion of differentiable Rust functions. So what do you do about that? For example, curve reparam curve, the reparameterization of a curve by another curve, can compute derivatives using a chain rule in case both its constituents have them. But easing curve does not implement it. So the question then, is there an easy curve that we can use to hit these points? A cubic curve that goes through points, we can define the points. We have the points technically. So if we do a curve like this and we do the derivative, then we should be able to access the speed, which we could feed into. So we'll change our behavior a little bit here. We'll do the linear and we'll change the curve behaviors here. Because I want to see this work, not necessarily with the exact same code. So this is going to be start.clone, end.clone, which doesn't work because I have messed up the syntax. It is getting that late in the stream. I think, yeah, 11:56. We are getting that late in the stream. With derivative here, probably not in scope, right? Curve with derivative has to be in scope. So we do cubic cardinal spline, which honestly, I don't know what a cubic cardinal spline is. It just goes through certain points. I'm assuming that if we give it the start and the end, it will chart a path from one to the other in some way. That's really all I'm looking for right now. We can get more complicated later. So curve with derivative, we do with derivative on that. And then this outputs the speed, presumably. Normed vector space has to come in. I think getting used to some of the math terminology in the Bevy math crate might make a good video. So animatable curve from speed curve should give us the speed for all of these. This is not transform translation anymore. This needs to be what? Did we implement? This is for rotation property. We probably need an implementation of this for linear, right? This is for linear property. This is for linear velocity, right? Component of 0. This is a struct that needs to exist, right? For maybe we just make this linear velocity. Can we do that? Probably not, right? Because of the orphan rule. Expected quat. Why does it expect quat? Oh, because I said the property was quat. The property is a vec3. And then clone curve unsatisfied trait. Let's say this stuff gets commented out for the moment, so that we have something that is just that bottom thing to worry about error-wise. So animatable property for linear velocity is not defined in current crate, which is the problem. So linear velocity property is what I'm going to call this. This is the same thing as that, so I'm just going to drop this in here like this, copy and paste this, do the reflect and clone implementation, name this correctly, and get hopefully an animatable property for what is effectively a vec3. And then the idea is that we use that up here. I think we can just throw this in. I want to check animatable field, linear velocity. I don't think this accepts tuple syntax for the animated field, unless that got updated. Right, animatable property. This is animated UI, so this has an example of using it. And this will be text color property. So we can drop that in directly, it looks like. So instead of this, linear velocity property. This would be a cool thing to just come with Avian. Okay, so then we try to do an animatable curve out of linear velocity property and that curve, and this is impl curve does not implement get type registration, so cannot provide type registration information. That's really interesting. This says I should be borrowing, but I'm skeptical that that is the solution. Animation compatible curve P property. Unsatisfied trait bound on speed curve. Seems weird that we would be running into an animation curve implementation issue. Did I mess something up? This worked half a second ago, and it does work in the rotation property for the rotation curve, not for the speed curve. So what if I leave that stuff and I just say curve? Can I get this to work in that case? Curve value used here after move. So this needs to be cloned. This isn't in a loop like that. Oh, clone with derivative? Yeah, okay, I see that. I think I specified my dimensions wrong. Yada yada, X, Y, Z. I think these are going to be oh no, this is fine, I think. Actually, this is fine. I'm gonna sneeze though. Okay, I think this is fine. Curve with derivative, no, it's actually not. So where does this come back ever? Where does it go? I just zoom the no, we're driving the linear velocity here with that though. That's the issue. We're not driving the property. We're driving the linear velocity, because if we were driving the transform, then this would be doing the right thing. Or at least a thing. So this works. This works. The speed curve is the thing that causes a bunch of issues. Curve with derivative. Dot re-parameterize maybe. To the same time frame that we had earlier. So this is reparameterizing time. What is the issue with the curves? Unsatisfied trait bound, get type registration, not implemented for impl curve. Consider annotating impl curve with derive reflect. That feels like it would be a bug. Is it worth making a crate for Bevy's current version? New version comes out very soon, right? I think that it depends on who your audience is. For Skein, I made one for 0.15 because it was a couple weeks ago. New one comes out. I don't want to commit anybody to anything, so don't take this too seriously. But new one comes out like Monday, Tuesday. Don't count on that. Don't build any. Don't buy stocks based on that. You know, don't bet on it, and don't hold anybody to it. But we should be. We're very near to 0.16's release. Is kind of what I'm saying. I think if you're building a crate and it's simple, confirmed Monday. Oh yeah, okay. You're saying confirmed by me. Yeah, okay. I see how it is. I see you all. When you lose your life savings, don't come to me. Yeah. So it depends on the crate and whether it's easy for you or not to do. If it's trivial, you know, if you're using an observer and the only change that you need for 0.15 is to do trigger entity instead of trigger.target, why not publish a 0.15 version, right? There's more people on 0.15 than there are on 0.16 right now. I think that a lot of the use case that I got for Skein over the last few weeks has been people with 0.15. There's also been quite a few 0.16 people, but oh yeah, if it's literally just a shader, I think it might depend. I think if you're doing something fairly simple with the material trait, then it should be pretty easy to port. If you're doing like really complicated internal stuff, it might be harder to port. I assume you already wrote it against 0.16. Yeah? That's why you're asking? You're asking if you should backport it? I think if it's only for you and you don't care if anybody on 0.15 uses it, then don't spend the time. Doesn't matter. If you want people on 0.15 to be able to use it, then do it. Or if you want the practice, or if you want to know what like upgrading would be, you know, plenty of reasons to do it or not do it. Depends on your goals for the crate and what the crate is. These things are not derive reflect, are they? So that really feels weird. Why did I type derive reflect into the search bar? My guess is that this is maybe a bug is too strong, but reflect on curves is like something that I would want to get into 0.16 if that's actually the issue. Do I need to turn this into an animatable curve somehow? Maybe that's... This error is really bad, is one thing that I will say. Which is, you know, neither here nor there. I think impl animation curve is clone not implemented for result. Is there something that I need to unwrap? God, this error like really blew up. And I feel like I'm seeing the same error over and over and over, even though... Okay, in any case, this, let's check the type of this. Impl curve with derivative. This is a result. So at least that was one thing that we needed to do. This is very, very, very... Okay, starting at the root. The trait-bound linear reparam curve for animation compatible curve is not satisfied. Because deref is not implemented and it's required. Yep. So animation compatible curve requires curve, clone, debug, and reflectable, which I did not say in order. So reflectable currently is not implemented because the underlying thing, which is what, a with derivative. I'm gonna be honest. This is one of the harshest errors I've seen on stream in, you know, years. deref is not implemented for linear reparam curve, but it is required because of that trait, which it makes sense. So we need debug reflectable. Reflectable is like a super trait for reflect and some other stuff. So we need deref. Why do we need deref? Reflectable? I don't see why we need deref. Right, curve is a trait. Debug, clone, reflectable. Reflectable, reflect, type registration, typed, and type path. That all makes sense to me. Let's go take a look at linear reparam curve. And this probably doesn't implement. This does derive reflect and debug, not deref. from reflect false. And deref is required for animation compatible curve for some reason. And I'm not really sure why. Haven't seen it anywhere. The curve doesn't implement debug. Impl curve cannot be formatted using debug because it doesn't implement debug. It's required for map curve. So let's get this down to the map curve. So let's ignore the reparameterization. Right. And then this is impl curve with derivative vec3, and that's map curve. So let's get with derivative vec3. Unfortunately, I think, or no, I think it's fine. I think we can use curve with derivative. I think it does give us a vec3. So curve with derivative, and we comment this out. And now we should get more specific error messages to like the underlying problem. See, we're still seeing all of these errors. So impl curve, animatable compatible curve is not satisfied. And that is because debug. With derivative. So curve with derivative vec3 doesn't implement debug. And thus we can't animate it. I think I have to take this to the animation channel. We're running a little bit over anyway, but I think we're not looking at linear reparam curve anymore. Looking at, what was the original curve? The original curve is a cubic cardinal spline, which is just kind of arbitrary, whatever, like doesn't matter, you know? What is the type that it says we have there? It says we have a cubic curve vec3. So a cubic curve vec3, right, is a vector space. If we look at the source here, clone, debug, partial leak, reflect. Debug and clone are reflected, etc. And then is deref in here? No, deref isn't in here. I don't know where the deref requirement is coming from. But this one works if we use it. Curve with derivative does not. So the issue is with derivative doesn't return a value that we can use in an animatable curve. And the question is, should it? And I feel like the answer is yes. If with derivative, right, with derivative should return us an impl curve. And the issue is that the thing that impls curve, oh, that was a weird navigational thing, with derivative. Is a sample derivative wrapper. And sample derivative wrapper, copy, clone, debug, default, reflect. That all looks good. And this actually has some restrictions on it. Impl curve with derivative for C. With derivative just wraps it. Can I then be sneaky? Am I allowed to be sneaky? Curve with derivative equals curve, but it's going to be this with curve inside of it. Assuming this is even pub, which I don't know if it is. Cannot instantiate a tuple struct which contains private fields. Okay. So only the Bevy crate is allowed to do this. And this doesn't have a new function. So I think we're not allowed to construct this right now based on the access. There's no impl for it, as far as I can tell, which means that the only way to really construct it is to go through these with functions, which means we can't be sneaky and try to construct it ourselves to eliminate that impl curve to get a better error message. So at this point, I think that I'm going to take this to the animation channel and question the math people about how this is supposed to work. And if I'm doing something weird. And on that note, that is going to be the end of the stream. I need to go eat lunch. I can feel my stomach growling. Thanks everyone for hanging out, and I'll see you on Monday. Monday's stream is already scheduled on the channel. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. Later.